Yeah, what up, Trev? Oh, I gotta see how that poll is going. What's going on, Dragon? Good morning. Ooh, my shirt invisible. We love a good invisible shirt. We love that. We love that for us. My profiles. All right, we're gonna start with Sever, and we're gonna finish up on Sever. Then we'll make the mythic version. Bada bing, bada boom. What up, Ava? All right, let's start here. But I want to go look at my poll on YouTube. I am very confused by a comment that I'm getting. Yeah, I'm not too sure. You know what I find very challenging? I can't like go directly to my community from... Like, how do I get to my YouTube community? From my studio. I don't think I can. 340 votes. Okay. 340 votes. 61% of people said that before the boost, they made it to Torment 4. Damn, dude. I like this. Keep in mind that your community is pretty try-hard and invested. Thank you. I appreciate that. There you go. I do like being told about my own things, but you know what? That is insight that if people were not aware of it would be good. Made it there, wasn't fun, went back to T3. That's good insight. Played the story again. That's an interesting use of the PTR. Got to T through natural drops. Got to T4 with minions. Most likely took me. Off meta Charge Barb. Only got to Torment 1. Yeah, how's Charge Barb doing? What up, Tomas? What's good, Misa? I'm alive. I'm live again. I am. I'm glad you're excited. Didn't play on the PTR. Kidoki? Can't do PTR, but let's just say T4 because I'm a Necro Chad. Well, you know what, Raid Gamer? I'm glad that you're a Necro Chad. Necro Chads unite. Sadly, this data point does not assist me, but I do appreciate that. T3 my own builds. 4 to 4. $340 votes. 61% got to Torment 4. But that being said, nearly 40% didn't make it to Torment 4, which I do think is a good data point. And handsome, thank you. I appreciate that. I think we'll let this run for a little bit more. I think these are interesting data points. Let's redo Paragon here. Let's redo Paragon for my Sever Necro. I want to try to do basically like 200 to 230 points, which is roughly what I think like 250 is what most people end up getting to. So I want to like use that as a basis. More change with the expansion, what we've seen in the PTR's game state for expansion. Do I think there will be more change? Yes, I do. Ask about hours played. There's a lot of different data that I could collect at this point. Ooh, I want the crit chance, right? I actually really liked this pathing. But I guess I actually want the crit chance. Mecha Danzilla, thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate that, Prime. There's a lot of data we could get. What was that? Who knows? So where there's trash for us, other than the DR. Bone Graft is obviously good. Blood Bathed is also very good. Maybe a lot of builds take Blood Bathed to start. Let's see, what's in range of 15. Gosh dang it. Because they changed all my... They changed all of my boards. What are the 5 glyphs I want to use? In the early game, Sacrificial, great. Essence, good. Exploit, decent. 1, 2, 3. Control is generally pretty good. Amplify was good. Still good in the early game? Yes. Okay. If true, if big because true. What do I want to use? I want to use Sacrificial, Essence, Exploit, Control, Amplify. Amplifying nodes here isn't particularly powerful. So... So it is willpower int versus int dex. So obviously willpower or int dex better. So that's that. This will be Essence. Maybe it'll be exploit. That makes sense. Like people get to exploit first. They'll be applying that much sooner than they are. Yeah, sure. I think this looks a little bit better. The strength would help with armor. It helps with res. We'll go this way. Bone Graft. We have a big armor DR node here, which is actually kind of really nice nowadays. Pathing out of here isn't great. Well, no, because we always path here, right? Excuse me? Okay. Here we want to put Essence at 15. It's so weird to me that it's basically like the exact same thing. Now, here's the interesting question. Sorry, I'm getting a call. Okay. Now here's the interesting part about this. Typically, what you do is this, right? And then you're out. Don't need to do that. So this is 1, 2. No, okay, so this is better. We love that. Okay. Do I want Dex Willpower or Strength Dex? Dex Willpower seems better. Sure. Or I'm sorry, Strength Dex seems better. I haven't picked up Legendary nodes yet. Oh, hey, I'm being stupid. Am I? I feel like Abyssal and Gravekeeper are mandatory. That's a very interesting outlook, because I think that both Abyssal and Gravekeeper at this point are effectively unusable. So I'd love to hear what makes you think that. Irish Hawk, did you get to see if Blood Scream worked with Soul Rift? I didn't, and I don't believe it does, but I did not actually look. But Bloodless Scream doesn't work for Affliction because using a curse is not a darkness skill. Unless you're talking about putting Tormented on Iron Maiden. But Iron Maiden doesn't have lucky hit chance. What build are we looking at for Theorycrafting? Right now, this is Sever. You think able to proc Hued Flesh enough to generate 8 corpses per second? Do you think you're able to proc Hued Flesh enough to generate 8? You would have to dramatically increase the scope of that question, Hunter, for me to be able to give you an answer. Stopped at Torment 2 because I had a critical error and could not touch a glyph. Oh yeah, that was interesting. I remember you were reporting that. Really, really terrible two-handed weapon. Blood Surge got to T4. Really terrible stats and no Masterworks. Voted 10 times to skew the data. Luckily, that would only represent less than 3% of the total data. So, in the nicest way possible, you're statistically irrelevant. What up, Garp? How much health do most classes get on average? How much health? I have no idea what health will look like in the upcoming season, because I only know the Necromancer first and foremost. But you should not, I don't even think you should expect to reach 20,000 maximum life unless you're doing like really, really suboptimal things. Like, I was doing T4 on Sever with like 8k life. 6k life? 6k life. No, we saw it. Iron Maiden not proccing Lucky Hit is wild. Well, it's a skill that doesn't have Lucky Hit chance. So it is, according to what the game tells you, it is the opposite of wild. But I can understand the statement from the point of view of anything which does damage should probably have a lucky hit chance, which I don't disagree with. I just realized something, though. How do I fit all these boards if I actually want to get all of the maximum life and res that I think that you need? I don't think that you can. Yeah, res is still trash? Am I gonna have to do good? Am I gonna have to do like real progression setups? I think I have to. We obviously want frailty. And we would typically want Flesh Eater here. I want Blood Begets Blood in the end game. Hey, thanks, Truck. I hope people enjoyed it. What are people saying about the podcast? I didn't even look. Oh, we don't have it uploaded yet. Excuse me. Let's see. I love these people seem like amateurs. That's powerful feedback. So because you need this armor and you need this res. You desperately need this armor. Is it I have to put Eliminator in the first board? And then just pick up every single node? Let's not do that yet. How much do I think you can use the blood orbs in the early game? Yes, Eliminator is new. Says you do 10% damage versus elites, and it buffs regular nodes, and then it gives you multiplier versus elites. Territorial, a good choice. Territorial says DR from close. I generally don't like that. I generally like darkness over territorial. So that says I can move away from the target and still enjoy damage reduction on them. I'm trying to think about that. I really don't want to tell people, hey, did they improve Sever on controller? Not really, but the new aspect that they added says that your Sever goes to that point and then shoots 3 Severs out from it. Which you still won't be as good as somebody on controller, but you'll probably be like 90% as effective. So I don't think you'll really notice it. So I think I just have to tell people, hey, has Blight bounced back? It's impossible to say because Blight never really left, because they've yet to cap Wither. So we don't really have a good insight into what is the true build strength of Blight right now. Gravekeeper? Gravekeeper is fine in the early game. So so here's the fun part. Gravekeeper says boost rare nodes. All of the rare nodes now just say additive damage. So you don't care about boosting them. It is a big multi for close corpses. Once you leveled up to rank 46, it says damage to healthy enemies. Which only applies to a target for, you know, 20% of their total life, which is a great boost for like one-shotting Torment 1 and 2 bosses, but in Torment 4 you're never going to one-shot anything, so damage to healthy is effectively a dead stat. So here's what I'm thinking about right now. In the end game, I want you to have Blood Begets Blood, Flesh Eater, and Frailty. Because it turns out these all have big multipliers in them. But I can't tell you to take all 3 of those because I want you to have the DR, the magic resistance, and the maximum life, and then the DR from vulnerable targets, as well as the all res here. Oh, I need a bunch of willpower. Ooh, and hitting these nodes is a lot more important nowadays. I guess this is Eliminator. Is this like every board? Is this what I'm recommending on every board? Oh, you're right. Certain boards will have more within range. Well, not at rank 15, they don't. I don't think anything has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this has the same amount. But it's a different combination of them. So I think everything has the same number of nodes within range on at rank 15. What up, Sar? Sorry, I'm trying to think about creating progression Paragon boards. Because I'm on a non-penitent setup with 12 out of 12 masterwork here. Keep that in mind. And I'm trying to like armor cap and res cap on Sever. Only one unique. How is this a problem? Do I even think you'll have these rune words? I mean, obviously, if we bump down to like Torment 2, we're fine all of a sudden. Okay. Maybe we need to come up with criteria. Glyph leveling felt very fast, up to 46. Why not Abyssal at the start? Because it says 10% damage and no other benefits. There's only one non-physical node in our Paragon board. And it is right here. This isn't buffed by Abyssal. So Abyssal says a 10% multi and a slight buff to these 4 nodes right here. Excuse me. So these would be 7.5 and this would be 15. So it nets us 5, 10, 12.5 additive damage. And only offers us a 10% multi, whereas Eliminator also offers us a 10% multi. So exactly equivalent there. And then significantly more since it's increasing my intelligence. Or Exploit, which is a 10% multi for vulnerable damage, as well as 30 additive damage for the same amount of investment. So Abyssal is basically an unusable glyph now that we only get 5 glyphs. Like, you would never use Abyssal unless they change it. You're super... Thank you. I appreciate that. I think at this point I have... Let's go see. What's happening? So I've streamed a minimum of 1,500 hours of Diablo 4. I probably have like another 1,000 off stream and about 700 before the game came out. So if at 3,000 hours of playing one class, I hadn't figured it out, something would be broken. Something would be broken. You want to see a person who really fucking Who really streams? Y'all checked out Fame? 4,600 hours of Diablo 4 streamed. If y'all want to check out my girl Fame, she's a real one right there. She was at the Spiritborn reveal with myself, Woody, and Rax. Really awesome person. Y'all should check her out. 4,600. Now, she plays everything. But she does like 12, 16-hour streams every day. She's insane. Maybe we have to come up with some criteria. What's the criteria? So like none of what I'm doing right now matters in Torment 1. Right? Torment 1 armor cap res cap. What up, Bacon? Armor cap, res cap, right? Very easily. You have minus 25 at this point. All this res could be, you know, skulls. This is updating build planners for existing ones. What up, Jets? How do I fix this? Help. Hey, chat, help. How do I fix this? So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I want frailty. Okay? Frailty sucks for everything other than armor. I want Flesh Eater. Flesh Eater has res. But in the end game, I don't really want this. It's TR though. What I actually want is blood begets blood. Do I actually want blood begets blood? Maximum life. Decent pathway. A multi that will never be up against a boss. It's a dead multi against a boss. But it's a multi that's up during trash. People are gonna hate doing it. That doesn't mean that it's wrong though, it's just that people are bad at the game. And I don't mean that in a dismissive way, I mean it's a truth and we have to account for it. Why is it not up against a boss? You only generate a blood orb 30% of the time when you cast corpse tendrils. And you cast corpse tendrils once every 4 or 5 seconds. So you might maintain it against a boss, but 70% of the time you don't. I can't have a Paragon system that says, here's the progression. And here are endgame respecs. And here are endgame respecs if you're good at the game. That's not something that's valuable to put into a build guide. This is also like one of the many challenges that we face as Maxroll creators is, and this is not me bitching. I'm not bitching. I don't care. This is not me bitching. This is me talking about the things that I've witnessed and the issues that come along with it. So, somebody who is in the know will come to a Maxroll build guide and go, this is a really good build guide for people who are not experts at the game. As such, it's not min-maxed to what I believe is the best. As such, the build guide sucks. And I go, well, back up there, Kimosabi. Most people are not trying to high roll blood begets blood uptime for 3-second faster clear on pit tier 100. Most people are trying to pilot a build that will allow them to even accomplish a pit T100. I'm trying to educate people on I'm trying to educate people who need a build guide. If you could distinctly look at a build guide and go, this is how I would optimize it differently, because I believe in high rolling damage, you probably don't need the Maxroll build guide. And if I try to tell casual people, hey, by the way, there's a chance that you'll high roll having uptime on blood begets blood, which gets you the fastest clear time possible against the hardest bosses. If you get lucky and high roll blood begets blood on a boss, and instead what they are experiencing is a Paragon board that has 50% less damage, or even 15% less damage, because I'm not just telling them to take Scent of Death, which says, as long as you eat the corpses, you have 15% bonus damage. They're going to have a shittier time. And who do you craft the build guide for? Like, people don't even want to click Corpse Explosion to get Flesh Eater. Maxroll guides have triple passive amulets. Well, first off, none of mine do, but second off, they are not impossible to get by any means. They very specifically changed the weighting of stats on amulets. I'm you know, I don't have to sit here and defend the choices of others. One, I just don't do that. Just because if you're the kind of person who knows that a triple amulet would outperform the amulet that I'm recommending, again, you don't need my build guide. But the way that we construct our recommendations is we will have a list of stats that are all good. And, you know, think about it this way. On a pair of gloves, the best pair of gloves for the majority of builds are going to be attack speed, crit chance, and then your core rank, right? Nobody ever says you can't expect to get attack speed, critical strike chance, and core rank. You would always say, oh, it's absolutely the best 3 stats on that piece of gear should be recommended. But when you recommend the 3 best stats on an amulet, which are all possible, you'll get back feedback that's like, nobody will ever have this item. But if we don't tell people what the best stats are on that piece of gear, then they'll never find them. And they won't know whether or not the thing that they have is good. All of that is to say, that also just speaks to the issue with the game. Like, if somebody asks you, like, tell me the best version of the build, you know, I'm not going to not recommend the best Masterworks and the best crits to get and the best stats to get, because if I recommended less than that, it wouldn't be a good build. You know, this is actually the best weapon for the build. I think that for people to even understand how to use this, they probably don't need my build guide. If you know that this is the best to use thing, you're at a point of understanding this build where you actually don't even need my build guide, but people need to know that it exists. It's like, it's impossible. It is impossible to do it all. But, I mean, like, I can go show you multiple triple passive amulets that I have in-game right now. I've never bought an amulet in my life. Because they actually did change, at least pre-PTR. So in Season 5 right now, you can go very easily roll skill ranks on gear. Very, very easily. It used to be impossible. And then they just changed it and kind of didn't talk about it, which was interesting. They should make them more forgiving. Yeah, it really depends. We have those variants as well, Nepter. We have a variant section, and these are all the variants. Boop, 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 boop. We're going to incorporate them all into this top embed up here, because we now have the technology to include all the variants here without it being really janky. But yeah, we do this on, I think, basically like every single site on Maxroll. Every single branch. We have had these the entire time. I think most people just don't read the build guide. There was a while where we had so many that you had to scroll it, and we had to do away with that. So let me, for people who have no idea why I'm just staring at this blank page and saying help me. Right now in the game, the difficulties do not come along with the same severity of detriments vis-a-vis negative armor and negative resistances. So what we would typically have in a build guide is a starter. So this is typically what your gear will look like if you're coming from one of our leveling guides. This is what your gear would look like. Leveling to 100, which is this is like your full progression, with like some recommendations of the stuff that's good, nothing crazy, no masterworking, right? Then we would take you into the end game in a pit pushing build and what that should look like what you should aspire to. Millender, thank you very much for the follow. Then we would also have like speed farming and infernal hordes, which is, you know, are obviously different than like pushing in the pit. Although at the end of the day, these two things look very similar, but like that's, you know, what the fuck can you do? For speed farming, you might have different alternatives with different skills. You might even have a different paragon if you wanted to go really crazy. But starter was easy because what we would basically recommend are the best stats to look for on pieces of gear without really stressing about it. And then aspects that come from dungeons. We would show them with minimum rolls, and we would go test whether or not this was functional, whether or not it worked. And if it worked, we would recommend it. Then during the leveling section, we assume you now have, you know, at the very least, perfect aspects. And to give you an idea of like what your gear needs to start working towards, and you would continue to be armor capped and res capped during all of this because it's fairly easy to do so. And then the end game. Okay, so now I'm looking at Sever. Okay, this is 12 out of 12 masterworked ancestral gear. And I need to figure out res and armor. You would assume if you had 12 out of 12 masterworked gear, where I have greater affix armor and total armor rolls, that you would assume that you would be armor and res capped, but you're not in Torment 4. I am in Torment 1. You know, in Torment 2, I'm still over res cap by a bunch, so I could just remove some of these and put in some skulls. In Torment 3, I'm just barely res capped. But the questions become, what does my Paragon board need to look like so that when you go to a build guide, and you go to the Paragon board, what we currently do is start you all the way down here. This is board 1. Then you have the second board with again a tier 1 glyph. And then a third board, and a fourth board, and a fifth board, and a sixth board, and a seventh board, right? And then we start to show you how the boards need to transform when you've leveled up glyphs to rank 15, which change where the points need to go. And then it changes where the points need to go, where the points need to go, where the points need to go. And then I typically have an end game optimized, you know, respec at the end. But here's the problem. That's because there were 4 world tiers. The penalties were not as harsh. So that's point number 2. And the impact of Paragon was less so, other than just damage scaling. Yes, you would pick up maximum life. Yes, you could pick up some DR. Very specifically from only this node. Keep that in mind. This was the only DR in the game before that for the Necromancer. But that's what the Paragon board used to do. Now, yo, what up, Lucky? Yeah, we're holographic today. We're full foil. We're shadowless. You know how upset I am? Hold on real quick, because Lucky always shows off his cards. Hold on real quick. Hold on. So, what I'm about to show you are my original Set 1. Self-cracked. Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard. I cracked all 3 of these. And my cousin scammed me out of both Venusaur and Charizard the day I opened them. I didn't understand their value. And my cousin traded me a Dragonair for Venusaur because Dragonair's original attack, if you flipped heads 3 times, could do more damage than Venusaur. So I thought that this was better. And he traded me a pack for Charizard because he's like, you like opening the pack and maybe there's a Charizard in it. So he bought a booster pack and traded me for Charizard. Now here's the problem. They're not fucking shadowless. And if you're ever wondering what shadowless means, see how right there it's darker? The border has a shadow? This is shadow, not shadowless. Now, if these were all shadowless, we'd be talking about a lot more money. Now, that being said, they're also all mild play. They're not damage, luckily, but they are like mild to heavy play. I don't really care about that. They're mine. They're my original ones. So I don't really care about their value. If I wanted to care about value, I would go sell. I would go sell this Magic deck if I cared about value, or the, you know, fucking 20 other ones that I have. But these are my OG. I cracked them when this game came out. Original starters. And I love these very much. And it was at a Christmas. I think back when I was like 25. It was at a Christmas where my cousin was like, hey, by the way, I found those Pokemon cards. And I'm pretty sure I scammed you out of them. Do you want them back? And I was like, oh shit, hell yeah. Because I kept my Blastoise. I still have my Blastoise. But he gave me back Venusaur and Charizard, and I was so fucking happy. I haven't looked at this Charizard in a grip. Let's pull Charizard out. Let's see how badly this card is. It's honestly not that bad. It's actually not that bad. Hold on. Gotta pull it out of the double sleeve. Because like back then there weren't really like card sleeves. Oh, you know what? This is damaged. There is like very, very much. You can't. I don't think you'll be able to see it, but no, the card, the camera won't adjust. Here, where am I? Here, very slightly over here. The like the top paper layer is very slightly scratched, and you can actually see the foil underneath it. But I mean, for a card that we played unsleeved. Like you have some mild play up here. You see that? Big ding. The hollow honestly looks fine. I'm looking at it. There is like the mildest of a card was shuffled against it a little bit too aggressively. It's hard to see on the camera, but yeah, these are my OG. It's my OG self pull. Got these. My dad went down to, there was this local convenient mart on the Broadway of where I grew up, where this Broadway of where I grew up, where my dad would go to grab Newports because it was a little bit cheaper than the gas station. And he went in there and he picked me up a pack. He picked me up 2 packs, and that day in 2 packs, I cracked Venusaur and Charizard. My dad had no idea what I was talking about. It was absolutely insane. It's crazy. That's like... I was about to use Magic the Gathering as an example, but like sets nowadays have so many reprints of fucking art in the same set. I have to go put these back. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right. That was a good little trip down memory lane. So, made a fan page for the Marvel character Spider-Woman. I showcased a lot of my slabbed comic book collection on it. May I post a link here for the group? You can post it in the, yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Go for it. I can go crazy. Unless it's like, hey, real quick, it's not like weird. It's not like Spider-Woman, but she's racist now, right? It's not Spider-Woman, but she has a weird hatred of Palestinians, right? Like, it's just cool stuff. All right. You look so happy showing us your cards. Look, it's not a hyperfixation or anything. But the last point I'll make here is I opened up... What did I open up? The most recent... Masters, was it? What was the most recent Masters or Modern something set? What was the most recent one? For Magic the Gathering, yeah. What was the most recent... whatever set there? Oh, I took my cool lands out of here. Was it Modern Horizons? Oh, it might have been Modern Horizons. So, it's the one with the 1/1 cat. Or the 1/2 cat. They printed the most insane 1-drop of all time. Like the 1/2 lifelink fucking... What is it? The Ocelot? Yeah, 1/1, first strike, lifelink, ascend. At the beginning or end step, if you gain life, create a 1/1 token. Then if you have City's Blessings, create a token that's a copy for every token you made. This fucking thing. First off, I cracked this. GG. Me. Because I'm good at stuff. In this set... I cracked 3 different arts of Wooded Foothills. I cracked 3 separate arts of Wooded Foothills in this set. I got a retro frame, I got the modern frame, and I got the borderless frame. Hey, what are we doing? Magic the Gathering, are you okay? Because then there's like foil etched and serialized and full art and borderless and retro frame and base art. And it's like, hey guys, we can't have 6 printings of every card in every set, Hasbro. Can you stop for a minute? Here's Ulamog, borderless, cereal. And then Emrakul. Hold on, this motherfucker's going for 2,400? Oh, that must be like 001, right? I guess any of the serialized borderless are kind of insane. But here's Tamio, borderless, and then it'll be borderless foil etched, and then there's foil etched retro frame, and it's like, guys, hey, real quick, can we... I love this. It's like borderless serial numbered, whatever. Borderless Ocelot Pride, regular ass Ocelot Pride. The difference $20. Insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, so back to the problem at hand. Back to the issue at hand. How do I make my Paragon board valuable for everybody who looks at it? Now, let's keep a couple things in mind before we start shouting out answers. I assume people will have Paragon points before they are in Torment 1. Why do I call it that? Because you have to run 20 tiers of the pit to unlock Torment 1, meaning you will have 20 tiers of the pit of glyph experience. I think that most people will have a fairly easy time clearing all the way to Torment 3. But, some people won't. Because some people will be playing bad builds or won't necessarily understand the mechanics of builds. Have I thought about releasing custom land cards for merch? I have not thought about that. Can you speak on what that kind of product would look like to you? Because I currently right now don't have any merch, which is probably stupid. But I tried to get merch online about a year ago, and the quality of it wasn't to my standard, and I didn't want to sell you all garbage. So I just didn't release merch because I didn't think that the people making the merch were going to make it high quality enough. And then I kind of stopped looking into it, mostly due to burnout and depression. Not in like a, ooh, I need help way, but in like a, that's just true. And then I went, oh, I don't have to worry about that anymore. I guess I won't ever again. So it's not so much I want to better monetize you all, even though, like, let's be honest, I do want money. The reality is I refuse to sell bullshit to people because I think that that's like evil. You know what I mean? I think it's like evil to knowingly sell bullshit to people. But if there was a way that like something cool could happen where people would feel good about owning that thing, I'm also a fan of stuff. I could totally understand that. Yeah. So here's the issue. You will, I think, in a leveling guide, 1 to 60, I think a leveling guide nowadays needs to get you to Torment 1. Because once you're in Torment 1, nothing is locked from you anymore. Higher level torments will get you better drops more often, but nothing will be locked from you. You can drop anything in the game in Torment 1. So a leveling guide has to get you to Torment 1. And then I think an endgame guide needs to get you to Torment 4, and then show you how to excel in Torment 4. As long as the build can do that. So the Paragon board, without making multiple Paragon boards, because if people don't know, probably the longest thing about making a max roll guide is making the Paragon board. Because we kind of have to go point by point and board by board and walk people through. And this is not shitting on our users, but this is just like a truth of the challenges associated with attempting to educate people on Paragon. Have y'all looked at our Paragon board? Like recently? Hold on. Let me try to reload this. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on, let me back all the way out. Let me save this. Let me back all the way out real quick. I don't know if this caches forever. Okay. If you saw earlier, there's a big pop-up here that says use the scroll bar to scroll left to right. And once you acknowledge that, it will go away. But our Paragon board has a red notification about the fact that you can rotate boards and that your glyphs increase in size We get multiple bug reports every single day that the board isn't in the right direction and that the glyphs aren't the right radius because people don't know that you can rotate boards and that they level up. We now show you every single board that's shown with the glyphs shown according to what you're currently looking at. We have a step-by-step progression of board by board, which then takes you through level 15 by level 15 with an endgame respec where everything is maxed out, with a secondary note to scroll by level, with a third note about scrolling to see the Paragon progress, with then a full write-up about each glyph to level, and then which ones to continue to level, with an entire Paragon board and glyphs guide recommended. Now, why do we go through all of this trouble of highlighting all of these things? It's because people find it very difficult to grok Paragon. This is not a measurement of people's intelligence. It's not a measurement of people's reading acumen. It's not a measurement of people's, like, whether or not they speak English as a first language. It has nothing to do with any of that. If you don't sit down and think about the Paragon a lot, it's a very unintuitive system that has a lot of nuances and caveats and catches and different recommendations based off of what part of the progression you're in. And this one's a very simple one. So, when I'm saying I need help in figuring out how to communicate to people, what part in the Paragon they're in, what that means for them, what they need to be doing, etc., etc. This is why I say I need help. Because the person in Penitent is going to be asking, why am I overcapped on armor? Why am I so overcapped on res? The person in Torment 1 is going to be asking, why am I overcapped on armor? Why am I overcapped on res? Why haven't I picked up any legendary nodes yet? And it's because it turns out getting to armor cap and res is more important than picking up those legendary nodes for your current damage. In Torment 2, where maybe like, how many Paragon points do you have when you're in Torment 2? Well, Torment 2 is no longer time locked, right? It's just whether or not you have personally accomplished that level of the pit. You could have all tier 46 glyphs and just be going into Torment 2. So the question becomes, what is the granularity of distinction of progression steps that need to be in a Paragon that serve the person putting their first point in the Paragon tree and serve the purpose of the person who wants to know what the endgame min-maxed version of Paragon looks like? With the issue being that what you need out of your Paragon is now fully defined by your gear. Specifically. Because while I think maximum life is always required, these nodes will not be required. These nodes will not be required. These like just pure res nodes here. And am I going to tell people, hey, in Torment 2, take these points out of damage and put them back into res? Probably not, right? Like, that would be kind of fucking crazy. Back from YouTube ads and it was Magic the Gathering. Look, we were talking about Magic for a little bit. Get some shirts if you had them. Shirts with his face, please. And hat shirt idea. I found a cool bug in the back. Got the Necro nerfed again. I actually really like that. You just tell people to max res and armor in the first place and then continue with the board as it is. You need the boards to max your armor and res. Like in Torment 4 right now, until I swap over to Tyraels, I desperately need both armor and resistances in my Paragon board that I won't need once I have a Tyraels on. I'm less confused about what to do in the end game. I'm more confused about how to tell people throughout the game how to manage their gear, basically. Like, if you're not in Torment 1 yet, how many Paragon points do you have? Is it worth leveling glyphs to 46? Absolutely. Leveling beyond? Absolutely. Yes. They tied a multiplier to the level of the glyph. So now it is absolutely worth it to level them up to 100. Most people won't, but it is worth it to at least hit 46. Well, if they don't want to go to Torment 3 and 4, the build guide can't account for somebody who doesn't want to push to the highest difficulty that the build is possible to... You always pick intelligence in the board if you can, Tomas. In the board focus to max out armor and res, but that's just it. Somebody's just going to copy the Paragon board. People who need the guide are just going to copy the board. 100%. And here's where we run into a very specific issue. In the endgame, I will not recommend these nodes. I just won't. Which means that you should be using completely different boards. I'm using very specifically Bloodbath here because it has a huge amount of maximum life and res that I would want. But I need you to pick up 3 legendary nodes. I need you to pick up Flesh Eater, Frailty, and Blood Begets Blood in the endgame. That means that one of these boards has got to go. But if you're just in Torment 1, and I recommend this, you're going to get no damage out of it. You're going to be missing out on, right now, in Torment 1, I don't need any of this to cap. So you're missing out on nearly double damage because I'm not just recommending Frailty and Flesh Eater. Yeah, so Indy said you can do something you see in Mobilytics, have leveling basic optimized. We already do that. We already do that, no question. The puzzle that I'm trying to solve is the new reality of the Paragon board and how challenging it is to cap res and armor. We 100% already do this. It's that the world is different now, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that, but in the different world. We already do this. Hydrate, thank you. And it wouldn't be a problem. What up, Yama? This is Sever. You can't cap armor and res without the Paragon if you're in Torment 4. Physically impossible. Accurate? 1, 2. Yeah, physically impossible. Physically impossible. Yes. Because this is with res I already have. I'm only at 290 armor. With 12 out of 12 masterworked ancestral gear with an armor and total armor roll. But if you're in Torment 2, none of this matters. Even materials might. The end, I have no issue with the end game. The end game is solved. I have a last board that says end game respec. I assume you have every item in the game. Very simple. You put on materials and you put skulls in your jewelry. You can't put on materials and have skulls in your jewelry if I don't assume that you have mythics. It's how do I build a single Paragon board that allows you to account for people's progression. It allows you to account for people's progression. Assumes the people will have a hard time unless I tailor it to their experience. Shows you an optimal pathing that way. Accounts for Torment 4 level of capping of res and armor. And has an endgame board. And doesn't require the person to respec 3 times. Because people hate respecking. Is there a way to accomplish all of this? We're defining endgame as Torment 1, because there's nothing further locked behind Torment after that point. What up, Mic Drop? So we normally have recommendations in the Book of Dead section for Necromancers, which says if you need res, sacrifice defenders. The issue being that people also want to just be told what to do. And I need to crit cap them or damage cap them. So it's really hard to say, use this for res, but also use it for crit cap, but then also use it for damage if you're already crit cap and res capped. And also create a Paragon board that doesn't lead them astray. I can't stress this enough. People just copy the endgame board and then go, why is the build bad? Flesh Eater does have all res nodes. And then that's the other question. How many Paragon points do you have? Do you know who the main Spiritborn? I know that I think Wudijo is heading up the Spiritborn. I'm not sure though. Pick up res and then pick up crit. Is the answer I just say fuck it? They also changed the relative value of essence now that I'm looking at it. This no longer gives 8% maximum life. Doesn't really have a differentiator. I think this is strictly better. Is this strictly better? No, this just has DR versus vulnerable. Is this strictly better?
I'm going to let you pray for me tonight. You shall die exquisitely.
So here's the issue, everybody. Up until this point, even though some people still had that experience, our Paragon disclaimers and setup accounted for all this and succeeded. And now I need it to succeed again. What up, Jigglypuff? Thank you for the follow. Millender, thank you for the follow a grip ago, by the way. I could bacon strips, yes. The issue is I think that that's, one, effectively doubles my work, and two, doesn't make it easier for people. Do we get another PTR? We do not. So I could craft another entirely new Paragon per tier. One, that's creating a new Paragon board per tier. That's almost tripling the amount of work that I have to do. Which is just unfeasible based off number of build guides and human life. I'm putting too much thought into it. I think at this point, while there are a ton of very amazing creators in my space who, even if people aren't aware of it, are doing just as much work as I am, I do think very much I currently own the mantle of, if not them, one of the necro dudes, and the reason why I'm there is because I put this much time and thought into things. So while I appreciate that energy, I only get to enjoy this privilege by thinking about it this much. I can copy the variant. If I were to actually tailor the Paragon to each different setup, we're talking about moving like minimum like 20 to 30 points. And 20 to 30 points completely changes how I would have to path through every single board. But the more work I do right now, the easier this will be in the future. And I'm a little bit leaning towards, I think it's an impossible ask, and what I have to find is the middle ground of make sure it will work in the end game, because anything make sure it'll work in Torment 4, and anything before that is easier. And anything before that will have to be able to succeed, right? One, the answer is that this board is actually not needed. So that solves the problem for this right now. But what it doesn't do is answer the question that I have. I think you'll have rank 15 glyphs before you have 88 Paragon points. Have I thought about the order the boards come into? Yes, I have. That's what I'm very specifically thinking about right now, Tomas. Ignore the crybabies. That's why I'm not a content creator. If I was just a content creator, I could be doing a lot of what I do very differently right now. Not that I necessarily would. I would probably be like this neurotic about everything that I do. But one, I'm contracted to work for a website, right? Like that website has a product that it puts out and it pays me to make that product. So bare minimum, I have to hit the requirements of that product. If we're talking like hermetically sealed experience. The other part of this though is that like Maxroll isn't just a company that hired me to do some work for a website. It is like, you know, this is really cliche, but no joke. Maxroll is a family that I was given an opportunity to join, and the amount of hours, like y'all don't see this, and this isn't like a pat ourselves on the back thing, but y'all don't see this, but like we have meetings every week, sometimes multiple times a week, just about trying to craft the perfect experience for people using these guides and to walk away with a thing that we're all proud of and we can put our names on and say like, we did this. Like I'm currently in a conversation with everybody that you know right now about how we're going to meet before the next meeting to cement how we're going to do this thing so that when people come to our build guides, they have like a cohesive experience. And the effort I put in now and the effort that we all put in now continues to propel what we do at Maxroll, like, to that next level of excellence. Everybody that I know in the industry works that hard. And I think the work that we put in is discernible. No, you do not start unlocking Paragon levels until you are 60. When you're at level 60, you unlock Paragon in its entirety, and you start gaining Paragon levels. We will make a decision, mic drop, but I have to come up with what I think is the correct answer, else we can't then basically argue about it. Yeah, we as a team will determine this. The way that we determine it is everybody walks up with what they think is right, and then we argue about it. It takes a very long time. And we have different opinions as well. You know, there was a long time where like Woody and I basically agreed on every single thing that we walked up to. So at least between us, it made it very easy. But that doesn't mean that Mippy feels the same way, or Snail feels the same way, or Boiler, or Chronix, or anybody. It doesn't mean, our boy Dioxide. Like, not everybody feels the same way. And the reason why we don't all feel the same way is because we also have different interactions with our communities. People bring up different issues, and that helps to make it all better. Can you just change gearing affix targets to prioritize capping armor and res? And now a disclaimer that if you're above cap here is your alt stat priorities, make it easier to have a one-size-fits-all leveling board. You could also have different gearing priorities per tier. The thing I'm feeling right now, the thing I'm kind of feeling right now, Kat, is kind of that idea, but a little bit different. What I'm feeling right now is I craft what the end game board is going to look like. I then deconstruct that all the way down to one board. And then I try to have the people manage these requirements through gear stats and tempering. And if it doesn't line up, there's not a lot to do about it, which kind of sucks. But it's also kind of true. Well, and also, hey, real quick, everybody, I appreciate all the very kind words. Thank you very much. I'm glad that y'all vibe with what we're doing. I'm glad y'all rock with it. I'm glad people can appreciate it. And also, I'm glad that people can critique it. Do you know what I mean? Because that only makes it better. At the end of the day, all that does is make it better for what everybody's trying to do. Also, Chatty Daddy, while this is going to be a little less important when the new season comes up, in the Discord, we have like a looking for group channel that a lot of people use for doing different things like boss rotations. But I think a lot of people would love to be able to use the looking for group channel just for like running Infernal Hordes as well. So if you haven't checked out the Discord, I would recommend it. You're the boss for just voices in your head? I'm not the boss right now. I'm very much asking people like... So, and here's the other thing too. I've only been able to come to this conclusion about how I think I'm going to move forward with this based off of literally these talks. Even if I tell somebody no, like, hey, no, I actually don't think that that's the best idea. Me being able to come to that conclusion and defend that conclusion from my own perspective demands that I be able to do that thing. And then I have to hear myself say it. And if I don't believe what I just said, I have to reinvestigate it. This is very much I'm unironically asking for help and then using those things to sharpen what my conclusions are and to determine whether or not they have value. Yo, what up, Grief? Yo, hey, real quick, shoutouts to Grief. Motherfucker ignored me. I was right in front of you in front of the pit. I talked to you multiple times. I watched you click the button. I watched you click off of the monument. I said hello. And then you ignored me and you left. I even tried to whisper you. And what did I get? I got a message recipient not available or whatever the hell it says. All right, Grief. I try to be your friend. In game. In the real world. Really griefed me on TV. I think we just built to endgame and I mostly just say F this. I think putting this here is still very good. Maybe we actually go exploit here. Because this is very good. A lot of res. A lot of maximum life. DR and armor. That's going to feel good regardless and we need it. I don't... Well... Flesh Eater has res. And it has a multi, which would also feel good in the early game. So is the answer Eliminator in the first board? I think, yeah. Is it? No. I'm taking back what I said. Well, where would I put it? Especially in the early game, you don't need that much res. No. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Fuck, this is where I would put Desecration. No, Truane. Every glyph. So here's the anatomy of a glyph. Glyphs have an additive bonus per stat node. Then they will typically have either a damage multiplier or a damage reduction. And then their legendary bonuses will have a damage multiplier. I'm vicariously tired of you trying to think of solutions to this. Sick. Sick. It would feel better to get them this multi earlier. If that's the case, then frailty would be the best. Frailty also gets you armor. Frailty is such an inefficient board to build out of, though. But this is the easiest multi to get. This multi early would feel big. Big armor node here too. Oh, more efficient pathing. Same efficiency pathing. Dex, willpower, intelligence, dex, okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. This would be relevant here. What does Eliminator look like here? Bad. Very bad. Okay. Roll is fine. Probably don't need this. Okay. This is a nice board to spend into. You get armor, you get maximum life, you get a ton of attack speed and attack. You get a glyph fairly easily, you get a big multi. Oh, it doesn't matter which way I go? It very slightly matters. Willpower, 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 willpower. Intelligence, 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 willpower. Cool, the difference between going one way and the other way is a single intelligence node. That's pretty sick. It's actually not different. This is actually better. God damn it, dude. There's a difference between a willpower node and a dex node. Why are these the same? How long did it take to get a glyph to legendary? Not very long at all. Bonegraft is still very good, and I think that we're going to be pathing to Bonegraft in the end game as a final board, because we don't want to path out of it. Although, well, pathing out of it is 6 points. No, we do want to path out of it. Yeah, we do want to path out of Bone Graft. We're going to do Bone Graft instead of Bloodbath. No, I leveled a character to 60 and then pushed to Torment 3 before the boost, and I had multiple glyphs that were already like 35 or so. I just like didn't level them to legendary because I wanted to see what the game was like without them. I just stopped leveling them. And I was running tier 38s without Paragon points in. You know, what's very, very interesting is I think the game is so wildly easy for a competent build. I was in world tier 3 without Paragon points. That's kind of my problem. That's why I argue that it's easy. But that's also why I'm collecting data. You know? Like, that's very specifically why I'm collecting data. Because I want to get other people's experience in here. By the way, if you what? 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 Why can't I just copy a fucking... So go there. Like, why would the share button be like to this? What? Why is this not copying a link to this question? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe that's a weird expectation of me. Why does that have integrated sharing across apps? But here you go. If you haven't gone and clicked that, go click that. And tell me where you got before you click the boost button. Girlfriend says, yes. Yes, I am crazy. Well, hi, girl's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Mac. I already knew that. It was a rhetorical question. See, on this part, I'm not crazy, though. Girl's girlfriend, if you look at what I'm talking about here, you don't have to have context for anything else. But we're talking about YouTube, like a major social media platform and video sharing app. And when I click the share arrow, the functionality found across everything else, it doesn't give me a copy link for this post to then put on things like Twitter and Instagram, etc. It wants me to then share this with another YouTube creator. But that's not how you bring people into the platform. That's how you make the platform insular. Like, this isn't sharing. There's no share this post button. It's crazy. That's crazy to me. What? Share post with your audience? This is a post to my own community. What do you mean share it with my audience? What does share it with my audience mean? My audience is the only one interacting with it. I want to share it to other audiences. What's the purpose of that functionality? So, am I crazy? Yes, absolutely. You are spot on. I think that's why people like me. But that one I'm not crazy about. That's just weird. All right, great. Moving on. Moving on from that one before I go too crazy. So I want Blood Begets Blood, Flesh Eater, and... Oh, now I don't know. I went on and on about all that, but now I don't know what my fifth board is. Is it Bloodbath? No, that's crazy, right? Bloodbath would be crazy. Excuse me. Sorry, that was gross. Oh, this has DR to vulnerable as well. Grief, thank you very much for the prime. Thank you, thank you. This is a good little section, except like this sucks. Oh, this is an end board? End board? End board? Max life and armor, or max life DR armor good. Actually has a legendary node to click. Makes it strictly better than Bone Graft? For our purposes? Yes. Flesh Eater good. Flesh Eater good. I sound like a lunatic. All right. On your community post. All right, let's try this out. On my community post, click on your comments. Oh, it'll bring you to this post in particular. Huh. Well, there we go. Good to know. This is a quick pat. So what am I putting here? This is where I'd put Desecration. I would have put Desecration in the early game, though. I'm going to build it for the end game. So as you can see, the pathing out of here is very, very different than what you would normally do. That's good to know, Terry. Here's the thing, Desecration is actually really bad on this. Desecration is great on this board if it was an end board just for a glyph, but we don't do that anymore. Because right here, I'm done with all the requirements. Then building out anywhere else is very, very inefficient. So instead, oh, hold on, let's do 15. No, that's still the exact same thing. It's actually not. It's just very inefficient. Let's not do this. How does Essence feel nowadays here? Incredibly bad. Why? So I want Essence, Desecration, Control, Sacrificial, Eliminator. Eliminator feels pretty good here. 80 int. Well, it's actually 60 int. 30 dex. 25 willpower. Eliminator. Essence. Exploit. Sacrificial. Desecration. What does Desecration look like here? Terrible. Do I want Control in the end game? I kind of do. Yeah, you're staggering bosses a lot, actually, with Petrify. I think we want Control. Control also helps a ton with clearing out trash very quickly. So that's Eliminator, Desecration, and Essence. I mean, Eliminator is fine here. This feels so inefficient. Let's look at this. All right, everybody, let's stare at this thing while I don't talk for 5 minutes and I have no idea why anybody watches me. I think it's actually kind of fine. Diab wants ads. Shouts to Diab on Twitch wants ads. Hey, you know what? You can both get your ads, and I will use that as an opportunity to go get water so that we're not interrupted later. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for running ads for everybody. Thank you, thank you. But I won't scam you out of me just staring at a board. I will be right back. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. You may be asking yourself, Mac, hey, ma'am. Hey, ma'am. You were gone for 15 fucking minutes. What happened? You don't want to know. Back to what I'm doing. Shoutouts to the 5 people who are left watching. I appreciate y'all. No, if you want to know the actual answer, I have a bad stomach and it's bad at doing stuff. And that's where I'll leave it. Don't be gross. Don't be fucking gross. I went and got an oatmeal cream pie. Frailty is so bad. Luckily, it's only 6 points, which isn't the worst. It's 6 points in, 6 points out, so it's 2 points inefficient. But like, what can you do? Toss them in the freezer? Ooh. I've never tried an oatmeal cream pie out the freezer though. That sounds kind of lit. Do I think mercenaries will affect builds? I do, yeah. I do think so. It's a little bit hard to say in exactly what ways. This is for Sever Necromancer. Eat your Flintstone vitamins. Oh, that sucks. By weight, Flintstone's vitamins are predominantly calcium carbonate, which is fine. It's like a Tums. Sorbitol and mannitol, which are 2 different sugar alcohols, which means that they don't really have calories for you to consume, but they bind to the same receptors. Then sodium ascorbate, ascorbate, which I don't know what ascorbate is. I'd have to look that up. Then fructose. Then iron. And then some soy protein. What is carrageenan? Carrageenan. What is carrageenan? Carrageenan? Oh, it's a binding agent? Because it's a food thickener with no nutritional value, but it's used in a vitamin, so it must be a binding agent. Then a bunch of B vitamins. B vitamins. Color. Then more vitamins. More B vitamins. Oh, there's retinol. More B vitamins. More soy less. Hold on, it has soy. It has 2 different forms of. Oh no, it has a soy oil. Then has soy protein. A lot of fucking B vitamins. What's up with that? Interesting. We don't know anything about the mercenaries at all. All we know is that you can bind them to a skill and you can have one, and there are none in groups, but the party leader can have one if the group isn't full, I believe. So you'll have one and you'll bind one to a skill. That's like all we know about it. All right, so we go here. Blood begets blood. Oh, I need to fit exploit in somewhere. Eliminator. Control sacrificial. How does this one look for desecration? Decent. I think Scent of Death is better, unless they change something. What about Essence? Really bad. What about Scent of Death over here? That was already fairly decent for Essence. Huh. I guess? Oh, you know what we could do? Essence could be here. Essence there. Desecration here. Yeah. And then this one can be sacrificial. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some stank up in it. Wow. No, that's stupid. There we go. Okay. Put this like this for right now. Now let's go take a look at our chart. Res is not solved. We love that. And did I even gain armor? That solves res. That unsolves res. So close. Okay. Res not solved. Well, what do you want from me, game? Well, what do you want from me, game? Is there even more res I could pick up in the boards that I have? No. Huh. Okay. Solved. As a hydrocolloid. Yeah, it looks like it's a stabilizer. How does Curse Aura interact with the new affliction? It applies it once when the curse is applied via the... It reapplies every time it would reapply the curse from Curse Aura. So we've solved res. Paragon. 5 boards, most things taken. 214 points spent. I think we could call that a day. I think we could call this a day. Boom. 1 Paragon board for a non-mythic setup for 1 build that isn't max on Paragon. 12 out of 12 masterwork, assuming you don't have mythics. What the build should look like to hit your crit cap and your attack speed requirements. I had a little bit more dex, I wouldn't even need this. All the glyphs I would want to use. Okay. I think it's actually much more likely to just put some fire res here and put an armor roll here. Whoa. That's stupid and you would never do it. Yeah, that's so much better. Finding a GA armor roll feels a lot better than what I was recommending previously. Okay. Are the power level differences for 2 less glyphs noticeable? No, because your glyphs are now all have a secondary multiplier. We're actually doing more damage than we've ever done before. The stat squish as it's currently advertised basically did nothing. Is the reality. Okay. Clone current set. This will be mythics. We change this item to Tyraels. Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't even done with that. Get rid of here. Now let's change out the skill tree because we're not using this anymore. And let's look at realistically where we're putting these points. Yes, yes. I don't know why I need both of these. I don't. Eight seconds after clicking my ult, I have a 15% damage multi. Is that really worth just having better lucky hit chance? Wait a minute, I don't need these though. I think I want to swap this to a two-handed sword. Jalix, thank you very much for the follow. I think I want to swap this to a two-handed sword. I think I'm going to. Excuse me, that's gross. Those are all good. This needs to be... Was this evoke power? Warcry? I think so. What's some of the change for season 6 you would like Blizzard to implement? What are changes I would like for them to implement on top of what they're already implementing? It's a big question. Give Necromancers a mobility skill that doesn't require an aspect or giving up a gear slot or a niche set of combinations or something like that. Right now, all of our mobility skills say sacrifice, whereas no other classes do. And it's every other class has free mobility without sacrificing, and the Necromancer doesn't. I think that's a pretty big problem. Later, Doodle. Welcome home. Yeah, that's probably like my biggest thing. So that's the updated skill tree. Okay. There we go. Now, clone the current set. Mythics. This changes so much. I'm pre-exhausted by the concept of it. Shouldn't even need that much, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot, though. Bada bing, bada boom. This is Soul Rift duration. Okay. So there's that. This changes to Teriel. That's how everybody says it, not just me. This is Solvift. I'm 40 over. Yeah, I don't need any of these. Okay. So I didn't need any of those, so this can all go to int. For armor, these can be skulls. Does that mean I even need this? I do. Hold on, get rid of this. Here we go, we're good. We can do that. I don't need all the crit chance that I currently have, which means that Damned can go up here. Grasping can go here. I'm at 100% crit chance without grasping. Huh. What would that do for me? This can become maximum life. I don't need all this resource cost reduction either. Well, I'm also going to use Starless, aren't I? I need Essence Gen, though. Ooh. This can become Lucky Hit Chance. This can become Starless. You almost sound a little French when you speak like that. Crit is crazy again. We're currently at 98% crit chance, means I don't need crit chance here. This can become Terror. This will trigger often. These are the best multis. We just did this math, but it's time to look at it again. %46 multi, so it beats out Great Feast. Okay. Ooh, keep current tempering while tempering would also be very, very good. $84. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, bud. As much as that might be a thing, I would prefer if you didn't just post links to stuff in my chat without asking me about them. I doubt it was done maliciously, but just for future notice, I would really appreciate if people asked before they did that. That's okay. And I don't really need a calculator. Do you care to describe what the thing you were sharing about was? Can you post a calculator? You can't. Not until I have some context. Shows you accurate damage? Oh, cool. I have not played around with it, and no, I don't want to see it, but thank you. I think that's all fine. Yeah. All right, we have done Sever. We have finished Sever. I guess we don't need resource cost reduction anymore, right? Need resource gen. Do I need resource gen? I have one of each. I think that's kind of safe. Second resource gen would be what? 1 essence per second? Kind of nothing. I definitely don't need resource cost for, like, excuse me. Do I just run a second lucky hit as like a backup? Do I run either on my amulet? Do I just go for like crit damage? Crit damage. I go for maximum life as well. I think the maximum life is fine. Maybe maximum life would also be cool. I don't think you need it though. We'll toss some crit damage there for right now. Yeah, that's Sever. That's Sever with and without mythics. Did this change at all? Alrighty. So for our build guides, Sever. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Bam, that's in build guides. If you're looking for it, Sever is now up to date. And that was only 2 hours and 45 minutes just to get like an endgame version of the build kind of set in stone. So that's cool. Next build. Blight. Blight, 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 blight. including the 50 minutes AFK. Hey. Just because it's accurate doesn't mean you should say it out loud. Just because it's real doesn't mean you could just... Alright, let's look at this build. Put it into Torment 4. Ask the question. Does it have armor? No. Does it have resistances? Kind of. What did I say for the Paragon? Abyssal bad now. Android Oreo. Thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. Oh, to chat. Thank you, thank you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
You're a real one.
You're a real one.
Android, thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Who'd you hit? Brown Coats, Cappy, Cougas, Master Freds, Glass Jaws. You hit Cougs! Cryptas, Broshua, Jack, Ion, and Oni Drake.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Oh no, it's gonna keep going.
You're a real one.
You're a real one. Thank you so much. That's incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Thank you, thank you. This is like fairly accurate. Except for Abyssal. So. Wow, it's so loud.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Like it comes through my microphone.
You're a real one.
It knows I'm talking. This could just be exploit. We won't think about that too much right now. Eliminator sacrificial control score. Am I using all these on everything? Kinda. Okay. Leave that there for right now.
So. You subscribe to a bad content creator.
You're a real one.
You're a real one.
Swap those two out. Okay, let's look at the gear. Let's look at what we're doing over here. Popping another bad boy. Zupa Toscana. For Blight. At the attack speed that we're at, Standstill is definitely the strongest. And then Warcry? Definitely Warcry. Definitely Warcry. Okay. Do that. Now let's really look at it. Let's really look at it. Picked up all res here. Ew. That's gross. Those up. That's fine. Oh, gross. Okay. Okay. Nothing else to really pick up over here, which is kind of challenging. Android Oreo, thank you again. That's an incredible amount of support. No armor. And I need to solve for res. Spiked armor is also a thing in the early game, ain't it, huh? Necro in Season 5? That's awesome, man. Hopefully you're able to enjoy the build. GA armor, I think, is reasonable. Corpse tendies. I don't need 2 of those, not really. Soul Restoration is good. I really don't need 2 of these. Armor. Almost gets me there. That gets me there. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. So that's armor solved. Then has to be resistances. Resistances are solved. Actually wasn't too bad. So maximum life. Hey, soul restoration is kind of cool. Double my soul restoration. That was actually fairly easy. Okay, so armor and res are solved now on this build. Let's look at the rest of the build and really ask the question. Hey, is that good? That can be movement speed if you want, damage. Do I need exposed flesh when I have this? No, right? No, I super don't. So then it becomes... conceded? Inner Calm? Do I think new Shroud of Death will be good on Necro? So yes, but mostly because I think it's broken. In the PTR, you could be permanently invisible while doing damage to targets, as long as you had like duration type effects or auto proc effects. And I don't think that that's supposed to be how it works. Oh, what if we do an homage to Woody here? Little homage to Woody here, Inexorable Reaper on Blight. Probably not really, but it'll be funny. Yeah, that looks good to me. But +1 rank to all. I would really like this. I don't need this. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, baby. I actually kind of really like Enhanced Iron Maiden on basically everything nowadays. Hey, this way is strictly better. It's 1 point less. PTR feedback when? Like when will I do a PTR feedback like collection type thing? Because I've been sending them my feedback basically the whole time. In whenever I came across a thing. Preparing docs. I think this is kind of all set here. Am I doing damage to cursed enemies? I guess I am. It's better than damage over time. How much does that suck? Why is dot the worst? Like, damage over time is supposed to have bigger numbers because it takes longer to apply it. That's kind of the idea. Is there a necro build without either decrep, corpse tendrils, or blood mist? Is there a build that doesn't use any of the strongest skills that the Necromancer has available to it? Yeah, every single build can do that. Blood Surge technically only has Blood Surge on its bar. It auto-applies Decrepify. But technically, Blood Surge can just have Blood Surge on its skill bar and nothing else, if you really want. But the question is to me, the question is a very leading question that seeks to reaffirm a bias for the purposes of reaching a foregone conclusion. Or one born out of a perception of that bias experienced or vocalized by another from a place of curiosity to determine whether or not it is or is not true. So if you could define where the question comes from, I could answer it better and serve your purpose more efficiently. But if the base question is, are there builds that don't use the 3 strongest skills that the Necromancer has for their various utility? The answer is, of course there are. They're just weaker because they're not using the 3 strongest skills for Necromancer's utility. Do I think that the overpower mechanic in Soul Rift is intended? I think there's a difference between intended and not intended. So, do I believe that the developers knew that if you put these 2 combinations together, this would be the outcome? I don't believe so. Do I think that that means that it is going to be changed because they did not intend for that to ever happen? No. But I do think that those are 2 very separate concepts. I think often a thing will come out of something that you did not intend, but you are not opposed to. As opposed to did not intend and in fact intended the opposite. But intention does not determine whether or not something should exist or should work that way. Papa Slim, thank you for the follow. Like, do I think they're going to change it? No. Do I think they knew that was going to happen? No. Like the new Soul Rift unique, I just wish it wasn't Bone Spirit that enables it the best. Can you explain why that is a negative? That mechanic applies to any duration skill. It's just whether or not you can get... So, like, things which trigger on next skill use for things that have a duration should occur over the entirety of the duration. It's just that Soul Rift has a longer duration than, say, the effect of your core skill use. But mechanically speaking, they're the exact same thing. The length of duration should not impact whether or not it works. Like, you would expect for that to happen over the entire duration of Blood Mist. You would expect for that to work over the entire duration of Blood Wave. You would expect it to work over the entire duration of Bone Storm. Personal feeling on getting burnt out about using Bone Spirit. Does it matter that the context for why you're using this skill is, like, completely different? Like, Bone Spirit is not being used in any way, shape, or form to kill the monsters. It is a skill which is being triggered as a battery. And it's not being used in the same way that you would use Bone Spirit, and it's not used in the same setup or the same set of skills. The reason why I ask is because I'm generally curious about how people will receive things based off of packaging, because your sentiment is shared across a lot of different people. They're just like, oh my god, it's another Bone Spirit build. And I go, well, Bone Spirit builds do damage with Bone Spirit. This is not a Bone Spirit build. that boils down to it's another decrep build where decrep isn't the thing doing the damage. It's just the utility or the battery. And to me, that context is very important, but it's not very important to everybody. Bone Storm, yes, Bone Storm can overpower because it's not a damage over time skill. It is not a dot. Did Season 6 bring the changes you were expecting? No, in no way, shape, or form. They very slightly exceeded my expectations, while also not addressing the core issues I have with Necromancer. They did offer cool alternatives, though, which is pretty cool. Clone current set. I don't like how that's happening. Mythics. This is becoming Darial's. Wish that Blight was a better core skill that could be the key focus around an entire build. As in without Ebon Piercer. Because Blight is a core skill build in it. You do build around it, and that's like what we're looking at right now. But it's whether or not you are including Ebon Piercer in that calculation. And if we're not including Ebon Piercer in that calculation, I would beg the question, how come this build can't be defined by its unique, but others would be? Because I'm personally of the opinion that build should be fully fledged and functional without unique items, and then unique items should distinctly change the functionality of this skill to be able to benefit in different ways. And that is what unique items were for a little bit, and then they kind of went hard reverse, and uniques now define the build. Which means that effectively every build that does have a build defining unique is gear gated, which I hate very much. Now, some are significantly less gated than others, but like Sever is not distinctly gear gated by its unique, but it's only because its unique is bad. In comparison to what other uniques do for other builds and what they do and do not accomplish. Not that it's inherently bad to put on the boots. Is it in Darial's or is it Air Perdition? So in Darial's, it doubles your damage, effectively. But at 20% effectiveness. So it increases your base damage by 11. And then, so it's about 30 something. Well, no, it's an 11 times 20, so it's about a 35%. Air Perdition is just better. Yes. Yo, be good, Yamakuki. Air Perdition is strictly better. Andy's for speed farming. Yeah, I can get behind that. I just don't know, like, what does speed farming mean? I guess Infernal Hordes, right? Blight in and of itself was an S tier build? Sure. I do think that's impossible to... First off, a perfectly valid thing. You know, I wish Blight was the best build. That doesn't necessitate that Blight becomes stronger. And tier lists are completely at the whim of, like, 1, who is making it to the criteria, and then 3, the reality of all other builds. So I've always found that, for me personally, gauging a build by what tier it is at doesn't fulfill any of the requirements for me to determine whether or not I enjoy playing the thing, because it has no impact on it. Because it's a relative power determination, and I personally hate it very much. Because it doesn't define anything for you, other than at a quick glance for people who are out of the know to make a snap decision about. This doesn't invalidate people who do derive meaning from the relative power of the build and then define pleasure from that. It doesn't discount that thing. I've just always been very confused by that outlook, only because it's seemingly intractable and simultaneously, like, cannot be manipulated in any way. Like, Wagyu steak is more expensive than skirt steak. That doesn't change whether or not I like skirt steak. Because if I like a thing, unless that thing, like, doesn't perform, then it seems very irrelevant. I think it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly valid to say, I wish that the build was relatively stronger than it currently is, so as to be considered the best build in the meta for the Necromancer. But, like, oh, here's a great question. Would it matter where in the S tier it ranks? Like, would it be okay that there are other builds in the S tier but stronger? Runes going the same way as Mythics with all builds, optimal version using the same? No. Not at all. There are alternative runes for niche builds, or for builds that require niche mechanics. Will air be viable? I think air perdition will make its way onto basically every single endgame build that doesn't need a different helmet. It says 60% damage multi and good stats. That's, like, really hard to beat on a helmet. Rip Druids? Rip Druids. You know what? I want to go back to Sever real quick. Excuse me. Dude, barrier gen is insane now. Because if the answer is no, it's fine as long as it's in the S tier, then what that means is that I could completely reconstruct a tier list to actually just be a list of the skills within order of their strength. And unless there is, like, a meaningful difference between how low a build is in comparison to another thing would demand another tier. But technically speaking, everything is in one tier, just in an order of relative strength. And in that regard, I think it like supremely highlights how meaningless tiering is. Would strictly prefer playing the absolute best necro build. So then how do you rationalize best when there are different activities that you can perform? Killing a tormented boss is a distinctly different performance marker than killing Uber Lilith and doing Infernal Hordes and doing Nightmare Dungeons and doing the Pit and then ultimately the Citadel. So how do you determine the best Necromancer build? The answer is you physically can't. So then people come back down to best at the most things. Right? So you want a best at the most things Necromancer build, which is not the strictly absolute best build. So then again, the tiering list fails you. It's not about what you do and do not have to do. It's me attempting to understand a mentality that revolves around where a build falls on a tier list because of the inherent flaws in tier lists and in how they function, and then attempting to derive meaning from them. Tier lists are effectively a faith. It's as close as you can get to an objective faith as possible. But the reason why I say it's a faith is because typically when people follow a faith, while there is like Hasidic, which is like pure scripture driven doctrine, according to the exact laws and statements made by like a book of faith, faith tends to be an exploration of a people inside of a system that then mesh with a set of things that they themselves resonate with, and then those become the core components, which are then which then define their importance and what they point to and what they pull from for inspiration and for purpose of thought or for teaching, especially in raising children. So the tier list that you look at, that you personally find to be the most important, is the same thing as the things within a scripture that you personally resonate with, and as such, then use as a guiding post. And what that ultimately means is that at the end of the day, you have like a set of things that you personally find fun in the game. And because it's such a personal thing, it's actually impossible for a tier list to then define that thing for you. So as such, you cannot derive meaning from it. And that tier list can never properly communicate to an individual whether or not they will even enjoy playing the thing. We told everybody Bone Spirit was the strongest build in Season 5. And fun fact, it is. It's not even vaguely close. But everybody hates playing it. Going so far as to have people say that I was lying, leading people astray, clickbaiting, intentionally leading people to the wrong conclusion because they personally did not enjoy playing the game. But it's because they didn't like playing the build. So even there, the tier list, like, what if I told you the best build required you to have 2 controller inputs that required you to use a macro setup and gear swapping in between skill uses, which is something you can do in the Infernal Hordes for maximum efficiency? You would hate it. So then the tier list fails in that regard too. So that comes back to, why does the tiering of the build inform kind of anything? You know? It's a very, I find it all fascinating because it's so alien to me. But yeah, we try, because a tier list cannot communicate. We have a hordes tier list and a bossing tier list and an endgame pit push tier list and a speed farming tier list and a leveling tier list. So like, you'll come here and it's not even close. The best leveling experiences you'll ever have are on a Necromancer, and it's on a minion build and a Blood Surge build. It's not even close, like across the game. And then you go to the bossing tier list and you go, oh, this shouldn't be in A tier. This should be in B tier. This might be in C tier nowadays. But it's like, wait a minute. Blood Surge is only B tier. I have been led astray. A thing that somebody has said to me before, which fucking wild. But then you go to the Hordes tier list, and Blood Surge, top A tier. It's insane. Absolutely bananas. That's not YouTube. Good thing Bone Spirit is only a Season 5 thing. Bone Spirit was the best build in Season 4 and in Season 5 and will be the best thing in Season 6 as well. Sorry. But that's the end of my rant about tier lists. Figure out your Paragon strategy. Did I figure out my Paragon strategy? I've figured out the preliminary strategy, which is following along with the same approach that I would take previously. I have to completely redo all my calculations for like maximum efficiency for glyphs though. Okay. Now, I really hate using error perdition here, kind of. Yeah? Okay, sure. Are we using Tyraels? Do I need Tyraels? Not really. Do I need Tyraels? Tyraels is nice, but do I need it? Yeah, that's the end of my rant about tier list. It's just like, it's hard. This becomes starless. I don't think we need resource cost reduction anymore here. I think this could be maximum life. What's my attack speed at? 100. Exactly 100? Oh no, we're capped. Cool. I only need 93.7, so I don't need that there. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Why are you getting the feeling that this will be uninteractive? Yeah, this is a Blight build. Yeah. Will it blend? I think this will absolutely blend. Wait, hold on. Only at 27% multi? Wait, it gets us attack speed. Oh wait, I don't need attack speed. Oh shit. What? 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 Is this intercom? Technically it is. We're doing Inexorables Reaper. Shoutouts to Woody. Just tired of using the same skills? Sure. With Yule. Sure. Where Shadow Necro is king. Shadow Necro was king for a very short period of time. Actually, Shadow Necro was king for like 2.5 seasons. Infinimist was the best build that we had. Not for 2.5 seasons. It was the strongest build that we had in season 0, and then for a portion of season 1. I think we're talking about a return to form, as it were. Yeah. Hold on. We got a text message. Carson, how's your plans on weekend getaway? 3 spaces. I can't wait. Fuck off. Perfect. I love responding to them. I think this is kind of done. I think it was fairly easy. I hate that it's damage to cursed though. Just because that sucks to temper, but like what else would you do? Darkness skill and then it doesn't work for Ebon Piercer? Alright, Blight's done. Easiest game on the planet. Bone Spirit. Oof, boy. It's so weird to me that you can't hit 100% chance for Bone Spirit to deal double damage. Wait, why do I need that? I have Bone Prison. Oh, also this doesn't work. Is it sacrificial though? Shattered Spirit makes you just be able to spam it, which is like kind of really nice. What is this doing here? I don't need that much crit chance though. Serration's got to be stronger, right? $1.178. %31 multi. So Serration would be better. Unless I need the crit chance. Is 60, is 70, 82. 84. That's, no, this is good. That's 88. Yes, that is good. 16, yeah, okay. Then the question, obviously one, let's get 2 of these bad boys up here. Let's toss in another guy right there. Here, get rid of this additive. This is spending essence. That. And then this is triggering one from another class. Casting a skill with the cooldown. I wonder if it's actually triggering. So I'd have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be... Oh, it's so hard to say. I don't even know. Neither know nor care. Do I need essence on kill on everything, actually? Now that I think about it. Do I need essence on kill on everything? So it's 10. It's 100, 146. Oh no, it's 14, so it's 140, 180 something. 240, no. 18 essence on kill is 180 plus 46 twice. 272. think I do. Okay. Incoming from Rax. Rax, welcome to my Magic Invisible shirt for the Besties podcast. Shoutouts to the Besties. I was listening to him today. I think I'm going to go try out, what was it called? Something of Mysteria? Hold on. Paths of Mysteria? Welcome in everybody from Rax's stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll. We basically stared at a Paragon board for 3 hours to determine what the best steps would be for generating Paragon boards for build guides for Season 6. Of mostly me just looking at this and just doing this. And then every once in a while telling people, just saying, help me. So welcome on in. We are currently looking at Bone Spirit Necromancer, taking our lessons from the PTR and applying them, like understanding how armor works, getting things ready for this torment level, which I didn't realize I wasn't on. Fuck me. And just generally working on things like that. So welcome on in, everybody. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, concerns, comments, let me know. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the raid. Let me get small. Appreciate the follows. Thank you very much. Preem, Wojia, Ashkara. Thank you. Soul Rift only for PC or Xbox update is later. That was the PTR booklet. So we were testing things that are coming in Season 6. So this will all be available when the expansion drops. What do you think about Blood Surge? Was it nerfed or strengthened? Both? It was both. How do I care about the State of the Necromancer class, including Season 6, even though things might change after the PTR? State of the Necromancer. If you didn't watch the most recent Max Roll podcast, I kind of touched on this, so like shoutouts when we get that uploaded there, but basically this season is when the Necromancer will be the strongest it has ever been with the most viable builds that can all clear endgame content. Simultaneously, they did nothing to answer the core issues that the Necromancer experiences, which I consider to be mobility and the sacrificing of power or survivability for utility to not make our builds feel like shit to pilot. So those things haven't been addressed, but if you're already comfortable with the experience of the Necromancer, this is the strongest we've ever been ever with the most builds. These are the builds that can all comfortably clear tier 80 pit or higher in Torment 4. Blood Surge, Blood Lance, Bone Spear, very specifically with Deathless Visage, Sever, Blight. Infinimus might be down in like the 70s, maybe the 60s, but at least Torment 4. A new build of Soul Rift with Overpower Soul Rift being the best version of it. Blood Wave, Bone Spirit, Bone Splinters, minions at the bottom of that tier list. So like, you can play any of them. Now I need to solve for armor. How do I do this? How do I need a lot more armor and a lot more resistances. What do res is almost fixed? Holy. And armor is nowhere near fixed, so that's obviously a problem. Armor? 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 Got there. Okay. Was there armor I could have taken here that I didn't? All right. Okie dokie. That's cool. Probably don't need bone storm duration here, but okay. Well, that's solved. Well, no. Ooh, res isn't solved though, is it? How do move where eliminator is? Corporeal. Eliminator. Easy. Easy game. Easiest game on the planet. All right, we got there. We want to make Blood Surge with the new helmet. The new helmet looks very tasty, at least with this speed. Which new helmet? The Air Perdition? Give your thoughts on Season 6. It'll be the best. It'll be the best season that we've ever played. On top of the fact that we're getting 1-2 completely new game modes in their entirety. Like, we said this when itemization went live. Diablo 4 is effectively a brand new game. We said this when they changed the armor and the res stuff. Diablo 4 was like mathematically a new game. We've experienced 4 different Diablos already. And now we're about to experience a 5th different Diablo, and every time they've done it, they've made it better. Is there anything new or different about minion builds? No. They really said minions are fine and left them there. And that's probably like the biggest issue with the season. For Necro in particular. Minions just aren't different. They have a better they have a better key passive. Which is like pretty good. If I'm running Blood Artisan's chest armor in Season 6, do I meet the res cap? It is physically impossible for me to answer that question, Alessio. If you're just wearing Blood Artisans, no. If you have gear on in Paragon and stats and gems, maybe. It depends on whether or not you do it. Unless the question is, can I meet resistance cap while wearing Blood Artisan's armor? And the answer is yes. You can, unless every single piece of gear that you're wearing is a unique piece of gear that doesn't give resistances, you can reach resistance cap. But it also depends on what difficulty you're playing on. Infernal Hordes are done after this season? No, not at all. Infernal Hordes are in the game. Yeah, nope, those were permanent additions to the game. Permanent. Okay. So that's that. So there's that. This would be Mythics. Minionless. And the big change here would be Shaco? Shaco. Do I need that much cooldown reduction? If I have that, I don't need rapid ossification. No, I want the rapid ossification for Bone Prison to be able to cast it in between each one. Yeah. Now, armor should be a little bit screwed. Or no, armor should be very good. It means I need res. Do I even need this total armor roll? I do. Perfect. Radiant and weep, suckers. Yeah. Okay. Easy game. Bone Spirit was pretty fast. I generally agree with this Paragon board. Like, if I were to redo it, I might come out with a slightly different board, but generally agree with it. Yeah. Will Infernal Hordes continue to drop masterworking materials? We weren't able to run Infernal Hordes in the PTR, so I'm not sure what changes they will make to it. They did not say that they would stop dropping masterworking materials, but I assume that the rewards from Infernal Hordes will be drastically changed, because right now there's no reason to do anything else other than pits for Glyph, if they are the way that they currently are, which they absolutely should not be, because it was insane. Run like one horde, which takes as long as it does to run a pit. Get 5 times the rewards of a pit is like pretty bananas. That was Bone Spirit. Blood Wave. Blood Wave, Blood Wave, Blood Wave. Blood Wave, Blood Wave, Blood Wave, Blood Wave. You know, I was a Blood Wave once. Back in my day, we were all Blood Waves. Dancing through the ethos. Vibing and keeping it tight. Torment 4 with no armor. Res is fine though. Damn, dude. Blood Wave, Blood Wave. That looks about right. Blood Wave, Blood Wave. Blood Wave. Sure. Blood Wave, Blood Wave. Just me talking like a crazy person. Oh, we have to fix armor. You know, back in my day, we had Bloodwave. And fixing for armor sucks. Was the Golem aspect that they added a joke aspect? No, it did what it said on the tin. It just scales with the Necromancer and not your Golem. Hordes gave me the ability to do 12 masterwork. The current amount is what it should be? Hard disagree, boss. One content type should not invalidate another content type, else why is there more than one content type? Would be my like fairly, I think like a fairly objective statement. Like when looking to evaluate the addition of a content type to a game, the addition of it, yeah, I think that's like a fair statement. A content type should not invalidate another content type. And the Hordes are doing that without the requirements of the pit. And the pit's entire reward system was supposed to be in being able to masterwork. So like an anecdotal experience of like not being able to succeed in the pit versus being able to succeed in the Infernal Hordes is not like a justifiable data point for why it shouldn't be changed. Is this standard Bloodwave or Bloodwave with Bone Spirit? Well, you would describe the other build by the damage source. So we always describe builds by their damage sources to be able to differentiate them. Like, I would never say a Blight build when in reality, my damage comes from Corpse Explosion, right? Just like I would never call a minion build that has Blight on its skill bar a Blight build. I would call it a minion build. So this is Bloodwave, and its damage comes from Bloodwave. The Bone Spirit build that uses Bloodwave for generating Blood Orbs and Blood Artisan's Cuirass is colloquially referred to as Spirit Wave. Before that, we just called it BAC because that informed people of what the damage source was. The purpose of the Horde, the purpose of Infernal Hordes, and this is like, we don't have to guess at what the purpose of it was. The developers have told us. The Infernal Hordes were meant to be a content type that you could do where you could choose a reward type in case you didn't like doing anything else. It was just not meant to replace the other content types. So the Horde is like, do you want gear? You could choose to get gear from this. Is that better than just doing Helltides? It isn't. But you could choose to get gear from it. Do you want gold? Well, this allows you to get gold in case you don't want to do Whispers. Do you want masterworking materials? Well, you can get masterworking materials here instead. The issue being that the Hordes were so hard and the rewards were so low that they super juiced them. And then running the Hordes was the best for everything. It was the best for loot. It was the best for masterworking materials. It was best for Stygian stones. It was the best for crafting materials. It was best for gold. And it's like, well, hold on. Why is it the best content to do in the game? Like that was wild. That was wild bananas. It was a little too good, some would say. Some being me. Armor. I guess I have to put armor here as well. It was like, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some stank up in it. Wait a minute. Yeah, how you live it? 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper. Underground methods. Yeah. It was also the seasonal content. Technically speaking, yes. That is true. That is a factual statement. Slayer of Kings in Chules. Thank you very much for the follow. Prinksk. Thank you for the follow. Underground methods. Top notch hoes get the most, nothing less. Straight terror. One day we'll stop referring to women as hoes. Looking forward to season 6. I'm as well. Straight terror. Wait a minute. Get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper. Okay. This is pretty good. Listen to the song at the gym. It's a good song for the gym. It's a good gym song for sure. Straight terror. Hanumankind. It's also a cool name. This kind of doesn't matter. Straight terror. Let's take the heal. Yeah. Yeah. Any rune recommendations yet? Oh, for sure. Straight terror. Give me a quick second. I gotta stare at this thing until resistances come out of it. How? 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 What if just ignore it? Yes. Okay. So the best one, so I mean, it depends on your build, right? But basically, if you have a thing that says when you're casting an ultimate, that's obviously very, very good. Druid's Petrify is basically auto-include on every single build. It is a massive stagger, applies a huge crowd control effect, gives you 50% crit damage. So just a 50% multiplier when you successfully crit on a target. Then, excuse me, the other one that's generally considered to be the best is Barbarian's Enhanced Warcry. This gives you Berserking, movement speed buff, and a damage buff. So 2 damage buffs. I think it's a 15% and a 25%. 1.25 multiplied by 1.15. 43% damage bonus, if I'm not mistaken. We can go take a quick look. Barbarian. Enhanced Warcry. Warcry gives you a 15% damage boost. And then Enhance gives you Berserking. Berserking gives you a 25% increased damage and 15% movement speed. So that's like pretty good. Oh, I didn't do this. Hold on. No, get out of here. Go to endgame, do this. So that build guide is updated. Bone Spirit is updated, right? It is. Spirit. And then Blood Wave. This will be number 1. Okay, those are all in my Discord. If you want to go check them out, !boy Discord on Twitch, and it's also in the description on YouTube. Do bone skills count as physical damage? They do. So the best part about damage, if you put on advanced tooltips, Mayo, is you can actually just hover over skills and see what type of damage that they do. So you'll see in the bottom right, Bone Spirit does physical damage. Everything in the game does physical damage unless otherwise stated. So blood skills do physical damage. Bone skills do physical damage. Darkness skills specifically do shadow damage. Crypt doing D4 things, Morgan? Crypt plays every season, plays every PTR. I'm not going to talk about Crypt's, habits, because I'm not Crypt, but Crypt's fairly engaged. We talk a lot about the Necromancer. Crypt will play a build for the beginning of the season, experience it. Typically, there's something going on with Hearthstone as well. So he kind of... He's always like, oh, I gotta play D4 and Hearthstone. Shoutouts to having that problem. I used to take Hearthstone pretty seriously. There was one point, it was back during the Grim Patron era of OTK Warrior. So like 10 years ago? Where I was actively using Hearthstone Tracker, tracking every match and working with the meta. And there was somebody who was one of the original competitors that they let in as a beta tester who... I don't know. I wasn't in Legend yet. I think I was around rank 5 or 6. We got matched up together. And we were basically playing the mirror match, but with very specific tech differences. Except his entire deck was golden. And I was like, who is this full gold Grim Patron playing as? Try hard. I went and looked them up. I was like, oh, it's one of the dudes who literally beta tested the game for them. Oh, okay, sure. What is shadow damage? So there are different damage tags in the game. There's physical, fire, cold, poison, lightning, shadow. For the elements, if we were to go look at the elements. So surge. Hold on. So the damage types are physical, fire, lightning, cold, poison, shadow. And then there are like damage over time effects like burning damage and poisoning damage and damage and shadow damage over time. And then there are skill tags. So like Blood Wave is an ultimate and a blood skill. Blood Surge is a core and a blood skill. And then there are status effects tags. Like everything is basically a tag-based system. What's up, Grief? I missed the joke. Love Crip, cool dude. I like Crip. I like Crip a lot. I think Crip has a very I think Crip and I share an appreciation of analytics driven decision making from what I've seen. Like I was an insane fan of Crip. Like I don't even know if I could hold on. Let me see if I can try to show you all this. I don't think it's even live on my channel anymore. Oh yeah, look at this. So a very, very, very long time ago, I used to put out Hearthstone content. Very long time ago. Back when I was Mac Cosplay. It's really bad. It's like really, really bad. So, I mean, that being said, like, I actually think that like the Pirates video is like kind of funny. Cause, oh wow, that sure is me down there. Is that what I looked like the whole time? Nobody told me not to look like that? Oh, that was back before I realized I looked like an Amish dude because I used to shave my mustache. Fuck yeah, I do. That sounds great. Thank you. And I was playing Combo Priest. Shoutouts to anybody who remembers this and what this looks like. This was back when I was working a corporate job. That's the living room of my apartment that I moved out of eventually. And this was Combo Priest. Y'all remember Raza the Chained? So you'd go Shadow Priest mode, your deck has no duplicates, your hero power costs 0, and then you'd reset your hero power. You just shoot him a whole bunch. Kazakus? Hold on, this is a Reno deck? This is Reno Raza control combo? Jesus.
And it's Token Druid. So now
Token Druid. And basically, I was just getting wrecked by Token Druid because Token Druid is a tempo deck. And he look at this nut draw. Double Snow Flipper Penguin. Oh my god. He manages to not draw patches. And like, I actually have everything that I would need to win the endgame right here. I just need to sustain. But I can't sustain because he has double Snow Flipper Penguin. He'll be able to trade here as a 2/3. Because I think he hits the every creature gains +1. Yeah, fuck me, dude. Top deck's Mark of the Lotus. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about top deck Mark of the Lotus? He had nothing else in hand. Top deck Mark of the Lotus to trade his 2/3 into my draw. Loses nothing, does 6 damage. Turn 2. What are my outs here? I can afford one more turn of damage. So my out here is Shadow Visions into... I don't remember the cards back then. It would be like Shadow Visions into board clear, but I don't think there was a -2/-2 board clear. What was I even going for here? Can't mass Dispel. I can silence to reduce 2 damage. I guess do I silence here or do I just concede? Mass Dispel was too slow, you idiot. They have 8 damage here. I have 3 turns. Why did I pick Mass Dispel? You're a piece of trash. Holy shit, you suck. This is a dead card in his hand in each. Okay, so. What's up, kid? How you doing? Much love from Portugal. Bem-vindo. My friend. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Current rate that I'm going, I will not sustain. Also, I think I'm using the I think I'm using my stream cam microphone for this. So I concede. The whole point is I concede, and instead, oh, I think I died a zoo as well, which is also a huge tempo deck. Mid-range, go wide, mid-range tempo deck. Fucking die here too. So I'm like, okay, I'm done losing. Thank you, madams. Done losing here. Here's what I'll do. I will filter by pirate, and then I will put every pirate in my deck. I'll make the pirates I need, and then I'll just put in every pirate and every weapon. Because screw being smart, put in a Leroy Jenkins, a Bone Mirror for top end. And then I just destroy this absolute nerd, this like control.
That give you weapons, hit the face, win the game.
Yeah, so that was my Hearthstone content. All of this is to say, welcome in, Panda Glass Shaw. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, friend. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for the sub. That's crazy. Don't give me your money. You keep your money. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody, from Panda's stream. My name's MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll. I just updated Bone Spirit, Sever, Blight, and Bloodwave Theorycrafts post PTR based off what we learned. I'll still have to go over Soul Rift and Infinimist. I'll get to the other ones too, but I got asked about Crypt, and I was trying to explain that I'm a very big fan of Crypt. And for the context of that, I was pointing out that a very long time ago, so 9 years to 7 years ago, I originally did Hearthstone content. During this time, I was watching Trump SC. I mean, I was watching everybody. I was watching like Firebat, and Crypt. I was a huge fan. And then I gave up on Hearthstone because I'm bad at Hearthstone. Mostly it's because I'm bad at Hearthstone. Like, look at this. Am I in a tank top? Hold on. This.
All right.
Me.
So I'm not really
Tank top.
doing this to be informative.
Hold on.
I got an arena run together today while I was at work, and
I'm working at Walgreens, so there's so much here. Hold on. That was me. Bohawk. Goatee. Tank top. First off, boy looks good. Let's start there. I'm 25 here. This is my dad's basement. We're at a king size bed. This is my National Honor Society medal. These are the baby blue scrubs of a person who works at a Walgreens pharmacy. This Staples mesh chair, we actually still own this. Panda uses that. So that's crazy. With my laptop over here, with a cup of water on top of my laptop. That's pretty cool. Holy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What's he doing? This guy has strong opinions.
Yes.
This guy right here has particularly strong opinions. Absolute unit. I'm at this point in my life, I'm ready to die on every hill. My favorite quote from back then was, "I'll lose friends over this." And I wasn't lying. Wowee. But yeah, you put out Hearthstone content. Huge fan of Crypt then. Still a huge fan of Crypt now, but now we also get to be peers, which is wild. Just takes 9 years. So if you have a dream, just follow it for a decade and then maybe you'll get there. My dream to look that good again. Gotta go get me a tank top. Well, I'm wearing a tank top now. Gotta make me look good in a tank top. We'll figure it out. So that's all that. Infinimist. What are we doing here? That's a lot of intellect. Oh boy. That's a lot of intellect. Probably too much intellect, huh? If I had to guess. Remember when they took intellect off of Black River? Remember when that happened? Isn't that crazy? Absolutely, like, fucking bananas. Is season 6, in your opinion, just as much fun or more than what the Oh, significantly more. This will be the strongest that the Necromancer has ever been, ever. And we have more content to do. What's your favorite build for Necro? Bones Spirit was my favorite. Oh, for the new season? I don't know. I haven't played it in the new content, so it's a little bit hard to say. Traditionally, Bone Spirit's been my favorite build for a long time. Is Bone Spirit or Bloodwave Bone Spirit stronger? Bone Spirit is. Bloodwave Bone Spirit is actually just Bone Spirit with more steps. Not shitting on the build. It's a very cool way to do things. One, it is probably one of the most heinous bugs that's currently in the game that empowers it to any meaningful place. Which is very interesting. But, like, we complain about other builds having bugs. The bug for Spirit Wave is the difference between a 2x multiplier and a 24x multiplier. which is just crazy. So Blood Artisan's Cuirass. What is the total bonus you should get from Blood Artisan's Cuirass? This is interesting. We had this conversation yesterday, but we have a lot of new people here. Question for the class. Hermione, put your hand up. How much of a damage bonus should Blood Artisan's Cuirass grant the Bone Spirit that is cast for free? So it should do 2 times damage, right? Now, that should be significantly weaker than regular Bone Spirit. What if I told you that instead of current life percent, it actually grants you a multiplier based off of the difference between your current life and your base life? So instead of being a 2 times multiplier, which is exactly what the verbiage says it is, it grants you a 10 times multi, or a 20 times multi, or even a 30 times multi. Because you can do this. Well, actually, you don't overpower on this build. Excuse me. Here's a question. Should you actually just run Banished Lord's Talisman? Maybe. Probably not, though. Oh. Um, So, not that you would do this. Not that you would do this. Also, you can then put on another 20% maximum life. But instead of giving you a 2 times multiplier, it instead says how much is your current life divided by your maximum life for your multiplier. That's for the elixir. So at ludicrous levels, it's 125 times multi. At more reasonable levels, like it's a 51 times multi. At no Doombringer, 26 times multi. Is it really that problematic? It is, yes. It's actually incredibly problematic because it limits design space in a meaningful way. And the only reason why it is performing this way is because it can't overpower. This actually is doing near regular bone spirit damage without overpowering. So missing out on like 5 or 6 different systems that buff overpower damage. So imagine comparing a build that has to hit vulnerable and overpower and crit versus a build that only needs 2 of those things. That can't normally overpower. So it's also not currently benefiting from the insane amount of additive that this would give you. And anytime that it does overpower, doubles its damage. More than doubles its damage. Would like increase its damage by like 5 times? Maybe more? So it is problematic because it's supposed to be a 2 times multiplier and instead is a 25 times multiplier on a bad day. Why is it limiting design space? Well, what toys can they give this? What other armor in the game says multiply your damage by 25 times? I think on paper, inside of the context within which you're asking the question, it almost seems reasonable. But ask the question, what other item in the game multiplies your damage by 25 on a bad day? Is there a viable minion? Yes, of course. It's just pretty mid build. It's about a C tier. But yeah, there's been a viable minion build since season 4. If I said out loud, this chest armor multiplies your damage by 25x at half maximum life, no one would ever ask the question, is that problematic and does it limit design space? Bone Spirit currently scales too hard for the Necromancer in comparison to what else scales on the Necromancer. The build itself is not problematic. I think that statement only makes sense inside of the context where you believe that Bone Spirit is doing the damage that should be doing, and that is healthy for the game, which I also disagree. Post stat squish, Bone Spirit gained damage. I do not think that that is ultimately healthy for the game. And I do not think that overperforming things should ever be the marker for determining whether or not something is okay. A chess piece which has the potential to, say, multiply your damage by 125x is strictly wrong. When your next best contemporary says multiply your damage by 1.5. Sorry, that was gross. The benefit Blood Arson's Cuirass is meant to offer a build is an alternative way of empowering Bone Spirit itself, a secondary source of less powerful yet consistent overpowers for clearing trash, and an entirely separate way of building Bone Spirit outside of manually casting it, for enabling like off-meta versions of it. Because getting to cast Bone Spirit without having to figure out Essence is a massive, massive, massive upside that before, when monsters didn't have the maximum life that they currently do, was a legitimate way to build into that underperformed but offered an alternative. And then they broke the armor because the armor used to work the way that I told you. And then I think it was around like season 2 or season 3 they broke it. Or they changed it without documenting it and didn't update the verbiage of the item. But what do they give to Blood Artisan's Cuirass? Like, how do they build into a space where they know if the only thing you have to do is figure out how to generate blood orbs, you can do comparable Bone Spirit damage to a build that is fully built into the efficiency of Bone Spirit? That is not reasonable to me. Because it also comes along with benefiting into building full tank and not having to scale Bone Spirit's damage in any reasonable way. Like, there's no downside to the build. And it's free. So yeah. Playing Spirit Wave was fun? Sure. I'm not arguing fun. But considering one aspect in casting Blood Wave now means you can cast 6 free, nearly full Bone Spirit min-max damage, non-overpower crits for doing nothing other than walk forward, I would say is an incredibly imbalanced and dangerous design space to attempt to perpetuate inside of. Yes, Squiddy. My only problem with my logic is that so many builds could be categorized that way. That is not an issue with my logic. All of them should not be that way. That statement assumes that I'm okay with every other thing in the game and that I'm only making a stink about this, when in reality we haven't talked about anything else. The statement, it's imbalanced, but it's not more imbalanced than a different thing, is the statement, sure, he killed a guy, but 10 guys died that day. I'm not okay with any of them. I am not of the mind that there should be any bugs in the game that disproportionately or unintuitively impact the experience of the game. I'm not an apologist for things not working the way that they should. The only difference is Victimize. Yeah, Victimize has been wrong the whole time. But oddly enough, once you add something to the game, it's hard to remove it. So they try to fix it, but without understanding the underlying issues. And also the fact that it's based off of character sheet, which also doesn't actually mean anything in the game. But again, that doesn't mean Blood Artisan's Cura should work the way that it does. They should both be fixed. Victimize also negatively impacts design space. Minions proccing Decrepify negatively impacts design space. Rapid ossification not working on a rapid ossification bug, allowing you to trigger it multiple times, negatively impacts design space. Like they all do. You know? You know, if they don't fix error perdition granting a 3x multi to every single monster based off the additive, that will negatively impact design space. You know, I think that Bone Spear casts twice, triggering splintering aspect on the second spear, even if it's hitting the first target, meaning that you freely apply vulnerable to first target hit by spear, meaning you don't have to run supernatural Bone Spear, you don't have to solve for that issue, and instead every Bone Spear Necromancer gets to run paranormal Bone Spear, negatively impacts design space, because this choice was supposed to be a choice in power, when it currently isn't. Every bug negatively impacts design space. Can't see them nerfing the one damn build that's competitive. I don't think you... That is not a true statement. Bone Spirit is better than this, Blood Wave is better than this, and then there's this, and then there's Unmaker's Soul Rift, are all doing billions of DPS. If you don't fix the bugs and have a solid base to it, exactly, 100%. Thank you for the follow, by the way. But Spirit Wave isn't the strongest build that Necromancer has. It also wouldn't be nerfing it. It would be fixing it. Or they can fundamentally change the functionality, right? It could have a cap. Etc., etc., etc. Okay with things being busted? Sure. But yeah. If a genie granted my wish and all bugs were removed, I don't think the game would be more fun, just easier to balance. I'm not sure why that matters. Nor how you can draw that conclusion. If all bugs were fixed and everything worked intuitively, and a player was able to make a decision and know the outcome based off of the decision that they made before testing, the game not being more fun is a really hard stretch to attempt to argue for, I would say. I think it's incredibly unfun when you do this. And then you find out that you never had to do this at all, and instead could have done this. And that your build was just worse than it needed to be. Or that you do this. Hold on. And then something that shouldn't trigger this does. And you can't explain why. Because I think that the player base that we're talking about that couldn't appreciate the fact that like the game was fully functional as it was written, excuse me, would even know how to abuse a thing like this. But you know what I would say? I think if the game becomes less fun because all of the bugs are fixed, that is actually an incredibly good thing. Because then all the things that have been overperforming this entire time that don't work unless you meet a very specific criteria, then can be buffed and can have new toys given to them. Which the developers were not inclined to do previously because it would negatively impact the relative strength of builds. What up, Cosmic? Omni Black Demon, thank you for the follow. But I also don't put too much stock in game will not be more fun if there are no bugs and works as intended. Because like the base gameplay loop is fun, else we wouldn't be playing it. I'm not sure there are any people who play the game only because the build that they play is strong and only play one build and are a high value member of the player base. Like we're now talking about a niche of a person where does that even hypothetically exist? It's October 8th is release of Vessel of Hatred. And yes, Season 6 starts when it releases. The final passive of a skills should change the skill. Most of them do. It's these two that don't. This changes your skill, this changes your skill, and this changes your skill. These two don't. But for the majority now, they currently fulfill that requirement for you. It's just that Shadow Blight sucks. But it does fundamentally change your build. Well, there's nothing wrong with playing strong builds because you like playing strong builds, but I don't know if this demographic exists. People bitch about it when they get fixed. Yeah, but I would argue that their opinions matter a little, honestly. Like, to be completely elitist about it, if the only reason, if you believe that your feedback, like if your feedback is just leave in bugs that are strong because I like strong builds, I think that your feedback is of no value. And if that makes me an asshole, that makes me an asshole. I don't really think that it does. I think a very fair critique is if you're going to fix a bug, and the developers have already said they agree with this, and this will be one of the determining factors, is if you will fix a bug, give us toys to replace it so that it's now functioning as intended, but I'm not negatively impacted. And they already agree with that. So I would even argue if there were a magic genie that could grant my wish, which would be all the bugs would be fixed according to the expectations that the developers have already set, they would all then be compensated. So even in the hypothetical, I win. Ta-da. Ta-da. Game point set match, atheists. Because I got a magic genie. Too many bugs? Hard disagree. I have a genie. The genie fixed the bugs. One wish at a time. So then we have to remove the context within which we've had an expectation set by the developers. So the genie is just the bad parts about the hypothetical and none of the good parts about the hypothetical. In that world, do less people enjoy playing the game? Probably. Not all bugs are black and white. Some are based on opinion. Hard disagree, unless you have a really good example. Bugs are unintended functionality of code based off of intent. And I said intent twice there, but the code is meant to do this and instead does this. I don't think there's any such thing as opinion-based bug. I don't even know how you would define that. Keep stroking the lamp. Oh, I will. That genie's got more wishes in there for me. And I'm gonna get all the genie wishes. What up, Easy? We're not currently... I don't currently have a build guide that's relevant to me staring at this planner. Waltzer, thank you very much for the follow. I do think my brain has run out of juice again. Because we started stream kind of late. And it's Friday and I'm a bit burnt out. Yo, Crypt streaming though. My boy Riker? My boy Riker? Where my boy Riker at? My boy Riker. We're gonna go give some love to Riker. That's not how you spell Riker. What if I just rated myself? Let's go give Riker some love. Will I be doing Spiritborn first at Vessel Start or Necro? I'll be doing both. Rated myself, let's go. No, let's go give Riker some love. That's going to be it for the weekend. I'm not going to be streaming this weekend. Busy, I got a friend's birthday. We got a lot of work from X-Roll as well. I hopefully will be putting out a video about the auto curse build. That's what I'd like to get done. And I'll be seeing you all again on Monday. Finish up some theory crafting, work on some stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and give Riker some love. Alrighty, y'all. Thank you very much. Thank you for the help with thinking about Paragon. Thank you for the good discussions. This was all great. Thank you for listening to my trip down memory lane in Hearthstone. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun krap, sawadi, guten Nacht, hasta luego. I'll see you all again. Go give Riker my love. I appreciate y'all. Be gooch. And gooch onto you. Goon onto your friends. And let them skibbity riz. My sigmas. That was cursed. Good night.